Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Tales of SEGLESIA. My name is Matt, your chaotic and writer, and we've reached Thursday. It is time for another adventure. Time for another episode. This week's episode is called A Bang Up Job. If you were here last episode, you definitely made yourself very much aware of the of just how gritty street fights can get against an enemy group of thugs. So our party came out the other end of that quite famously, but not all of it is finished, because there is one individual that did make their way out of the scene of the crime, and one other individual, one player who is potentially pursuing them. If this is the first time that you have been on the stream, I just want to say thank you. Welcome. This stream is a Dungeons and Dragons campaign session brought to you by Project Aurora. If you don't know what Project Aurora is, it's a pretty cool thing. You should come check it out. It is here, right there, in chat. It is a living world MMO D&D experience, which is many campaigns, many players, many DMs, and one universe that all of these characters participate in. All of these players playing maybe different characters in different campaigns, or participating in one-shots or in world events or what have you. Also, it is a very inclusive community, a community that is very friendly. And if you have any questions about Dungeons and Dragons, or if you have any questions about, I don't know, the latest video game, or if you are interested in playing in a campaign, we have a player application section for that, which I should announce that Tales of SEGLESIA, as it has been in multiple different parts of its progression, has space available for a new player, potentially 2 new players, potentially. So feel free, if you are interested in tonight's session and you wish to play in Dungeons and Dragons in the near future, whether it be just for a session or for a handful of sessions, consider joining into Project Aurora. Once again, Discord link in the description in chat. Feel free to click on that, fill out a player application, and you may be one of the lucky players that enters into this campaign. Aside from that, if you enjoy the stream tonight, maybe consider clicking on that follow button below. That would certainly help me get myself out to a broader audience of D&D and tabletop enthusiasts, and people who enjoy world building exercises and discussions on world building, because I do run a world building stream on Wednesdays. We are going to transition to our players for tonight. There are 4 of them, so let's go ahead and say hello.
Honestly, he'll still support that.
Nice.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. I hope Matt would have unmuted when we talked about Zug.
So, what I did catch was Zug was considering adding a grill to their to their character. You know, those big old tusks need some ornamentation. Needs a little bit of polish. Needs some jewelry. You gotta really get it across to everybody that you mean business.
Don't worry, Zug. I'm gonna add to your art. I'm gonna give you a gold tooth.
Smile for us, Zug.
Amazing.
All right. So for tonight, we have Ambrose playing as Zug.
It's me.
We have Phoenix V playing as Orgoth.
We're 5.
We have Sensei Suplex playing as Rashid.
The League of Rashid.
And then we have Larp Strong Carter playing as Roby.
I am here to help.
Excellent. How is everybody doing tonight? Everybody ready to play some D&D?
Oh, heck yeah. I miss this.
Hell yeah.
Sounds great. Sounds fantastic, because I'm ready to play some D&D after a long day of work and a long week of having to put out a bunch of fires. So, this is, of course, an experience for everybody to sort of lay back, enjoy the show, for the rest of us to, sit up in our chairs or lay back in our chairs and just kind of play a character, distance ourselves from all of the things that are, part of real life, because we are entering a fantasy world, my friends. We are entering the world of Tahiri within the Auroraverse, specifically in the city of SEGLESIA. But before we proceed, it is customary for me to ask the question and see what the answer is for each of our players. It is a question specifically designed just to have a little bit of, small talk, get everybody immersed into the stream and the dialogue back and forth. So tonight's question is going to be, if you could choose a spell from Dungeons and Dragons to cast in real life, you as a player have the ability to cast this spell, let's say once a day. Which spell would it be, and how would you use it? And we're going to begin. We're going to begin with, let's say Phoenix V is Orgoth.
Oh, it will probably be Cloud of Daggers.
You want to have a real life Cloud of Daggers.
Yeah.
Do you want to have your Cloud of Daggers in the exact same style as Orgoth?
Much, yeah.
Okay. I do realize now that I've asked the question that many of these spells are hostile or damaging in some way. So we are therefore, with this discussion, advocating for civil disobedience and sabotage and things of that nature. How do you imagine you would use Cloud of Daggers? In what circumstance do you think that would be useful to you?
Oh, that's a good question. Probably to scare off people coming to the door, to sell stuff.
Gotcha. So if you had any door-to-door salesmen coming to your front door, you want to literally set the tone and be like, if you step onto my property, you're getting cut up many different chunks of pieces. Feed you to my dog.
Yep.
All right. That is a way to use Cloud of Daggers for sure. Hey, Larpstrong Carter, the player of Roby, if you had the opportunity to use a spell, or if you could cast a spell in real life, a D&D spell, which spell would it be and how would you use it?
I mean, obviously that's an extra subjective question dependent on a multitude of variables. So to simplify it, wish. Who would do anything other than wish? Because you could wish for your Cloud of Daggers. You could wish for literally, or my wish would be for more GMs in the world, so that people like myself who have to run games constantly and never get to really actually playing games except for this one finally, which is great, then we can have more games to play in.
That's a really good answer. That's a very, very good answer. Although I do need to say that I've seen more and more DMs use wish in a way where, whereas one is given something is taken. So if would you use it the same way if you knew that you used wish to accomplish a certain to accomplish a certain thing, whatever it is in your heart of hearts, that some sort of negative effect of equal or greater power would happen to you?
Yeah, so I don't know if you've ever seen that movie. What was it called? I think The Box. You ever seen that horror movie?
I've never seen The Box. I have seen The Wishmaster, and that's what comes
Oh,
to
well.
mind.
Yeah, the difference is the Wishmaster is super sly and charismatic, and he doesn't tell you he's gonna F you until he Fs you. The Box, it was very clear. You press this button, your wildest dream will come true. However, someone you know is going to have the worst thing possible come true. I would press that button every day.
And you would be the most powerful person in the world with no friends, because everybody's dead.
But then that's the best thing then, because then no one can be hurt if I don't have any friends. It's a win-win, except for the dead people.
Hey, that does not bode well for me. I regret I asked. Hey, listen, Sensei, what do you imagine? What spell would you use if you had the ability to cast it in real life, and how would you use it?
Well, Matt, I've thought about this long and hard, and I think the spell I would use is hallucinatory terrain. Now, hear me out. All you got to do, I would cast hallucinatory terrain in the background of Matt's room right now to hypnotize everybody into using their Twitch Prime subscription right now.
Oh,
Go
gosh.
check down below if you have one. I'll fuck with you. No, but jokes aside, I'd probably, I don't know, I mean, probably just major image. Major image is always just fun. Just do illusions, shenanigans, all that stuff. Be Mysterio from Spider-Man, and all that. I think you could do, I think it's pretty versatile. You can make people think what you want. Whether that be to help people out or just mess with them. So seems like good fun all around.
Let me tell you, I loved watching Spider-Man Far From Home, and I loved. I mean, I wouldn't say the top supervillain of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but I thought Mysterio as a villain was pretty fun. No, what do I say? Is it fun to convince people that you're a superhero with illusions? Actually, yes, it is 100%. So, all right, no, I'm convinced. I convinced myself through my own logic.
Honestly, they did that character insane justice. He's literally just known as Fishbowl. Because that's his original suit. He has a fishbowl on top of his head, and he occasionally does magic or illusions. That's it. That's all they got.
All right, I approve of this. If you ever do get your, if you ever do go complete urban fantasy on us and gain magical powers, please double, triple, quadruple down on the illusion magic. Because that is going to be that'll just be fun in the end. Last but not least, Ambrose playing as Zug. If you could cast a D&D spell in real life, what spell would that be, and how would you use it?
You see, Matt, everybody says spells, very strong spells. I raise you, reckless attack.
So you would all
man.
right. So you would have reckless attack as a feature as part of your real life character.
I would walk around like a JoJo character, just hitting JoJo poses and punching everybody that gets close to me. Fuck it.
Oh.
I mean, that is definitely an offense is the best defense angle to go at it. That's like prison fighting logic.
Anybody who looks at me funny, bow.
But there is going to come the day where you try to go bow and you miss, and the other person is going to react, and you are going to get knocked TF out ASAP. But hey, I guess that's the game we play in the game of life when we use reckless attack.
Exactly.
Okay, well, we are 4 for 4 on our answers. Some very creative answers with various spells, and it doesn't seem like they all shared necessarily a theme, except for power. But hey, let's bring that power in and let's bring it into our fantasy world tonight. Are y'all ready to begin the next episode of Tales of SEGLESIA?
Put me in. Put me in.
This is where the rest of you go, yeah, cheer, woo, woo. All right, okay, so let's set the tone for the beginning. Because it's important that a tone be set for such an adventure as ours. You know, these streets can make one into a cold, calculating person. What can I tell you? But oftentimes you find yourself regretting your decisions, especially in those few moments that you have right after trying to commit a job and find yourself fleeing from a big red orc about 6 to 8 feet tall. This wasn't always my fortune. See, since I was young, I always wanted to be a gold mercer. I met up with a few of my friends and decided that this was the future for me, and we did a number of different jobs, knocked off a whole bunch of unsavory individuals who, they weren't doing the gold mercers any good. And then we got into extortion. We realized it was a lucrative game, especially for those who, wouldn't judge us. That is to say, that wouldn't test our patience. Turns out that there's, there's a lot of individuals out there that they want to keep their head on straight. They want to keep their legs unbroken. Boy, I did not think that this one would call the cavalry. You see, Fadar and I, we were sincerely thinking to ourselves, hey, Reggie, come on now, come on. You don't need to be so hard on the lady, because you know how it is the moment that we show up at the front door, especially with the big boy with the cannon. We know for a fact that they're gonna change their mind lickety-split. As it turned out, that's not how it happened at all. The moment that we approached, we are immediately assaulted. You don't expect new business in town to spend a lot of money on some high-tier mercenaries. So we had some of our boys decide to come with us, maybe set some faces to the grindstone. But after witnessing Fadar take the big one, and after witnessing the big boy get downed by that big burly orc, I decided, my life is more important to me. This was always about the money, and there's no money in dying. So I decided to try to slip away, but fortunately, the big red one, he's on my tail really fast and really hard right now, and it's important for me to get out of there as soon as possible because, well, as I mentioned, there's no money in dying. So now, am I speaking to you from the future? Did I, in fact, survive this entire ordeal? Did Gring Ratsbane, in fact, bite the dust? Am I speaking to you as a ghost? I feel like time will tell on this one. At the end of the day, all you have is your life. So I'm gonna take mine and I'm gonna get out of here. But hopefully I can lose them. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It's time to see how these other mercenaries are doing. Because it seems like they're gonna have to clean up after the mess that they made. I guess the mess that we set up for them, huh? Huh? Only time will tell. Only time will tell. As we bring us back to the streets in front of the Firebolg. Provided that my foundry wants to actually pivot over, so I'm gonna reset my front end. Sorry everybody in chat. I am having technical difficulties.
My foundry is acting up too.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah.
oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh god, oh jeez, Rick.
Yeah, Foundry is taking I need to off Foundry and I need to bring it back from the dead. So stand by, everybody. I've had to do this one other time this evening, so I hopefully that this does not become a recurring thing. My PC is usually 110% on top of things, and I rarely run into this circumstance. However, let's take a look at the processes. What has taken up most of the... Yep, we're good. So Foundry is coming back up in a few moments, my friends. Seems like we're live. Okay, cool. Excellent. And in this fraction of a moment, to make sure that we do the proper swap of characters, as many of you have noticed and observed, Dr. Swiggums, playing Winveer, is currently away for this evening. So we're going to do our usual visit of a very specific Keeper of Souls. Who, stepping out of the alleyway, manages to tap Winveer on the shoulder. And in the process of doing so, Winveer does manage to find himself falling asleep. And he stands there, snoring, in front of Roby, no doubt. Roby is going to notice this individual step forward and is going to notice Winveer falling completely to sleep. And then the Keeper is going to step to the other side of Winveer, place his hand on Winveer's shoulder, and then immediately, almost like Superman, both of them are gonna shoot up into the air with the speed of leaving D&D context, the speed of a jet fighter. And they are going to shoot up into the sky and disappear. And if one were to stare up at the point where both of them vanish, they will notice another individual falling down out of the sky. Not free falling, almost being lowered to the ground, as if by an invisible force. And this individual also appears to be asleep, at least for a moment. And so, Roby, you may find yourself turning around and looking and noticing that one of your compatriots is not there, but the other one is there. And he
I have a question.
has his eyes closed. What is your question?
So out of character, you know, since this is my first time really seeing this or whatever, or in your realm, is this normal?
In my realm, is this normal?
Yeah.
To everybody
people
who
see
is
this all the
not,
time?
to everybody who is not a hero and not a protagonist in a campaign that I run, it is not normal. To everybody that is a protagonist in a campaign that I run or is run in, you know, a good handful of Project Aurora campaigns, Wink Sensei, this is normal.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify to differentiate what my reaction would be, because you know every DM does it differently. So I want to make sure that I'm wrapping with your methodology. Yep. So I mean, that being said, it's normal. He understands whatever it is causing it is gonna happen whenever something's needed to happen like this. He knows Sensei and would immediately walk over. Welcome back. We have information to give you. Some things have transpired that you may want to be aware of.
You'll probably see as Rashid is still kind of sleeping. He's kind of talking in his sleep. He's just like, no, 15 minutes, shit, please. I just need a little bit of a nap. Come on. He's just snoring a little bit.
You can sleep later. One of them is getting away.
Wait, what? Just like sort of eyes go wide, look around. Where the hell am I? What the hell happened? Did I go drinking? Ugh. Yeah. Can I have a hand up? Oh, God.
Yeah, put a hand out, help you up. Is the goblin thing still running and Orgoth chasing him?
Yes, we're going to pivot to that soon, but I want to make sure that I get the initial positions and reactions of people immediately after the battle finishes, because we ended last session with the battle just finishing.
So as you kind of stand up, Rashid, you notice Roby is pretty well beat up, like not looking good at all. We came to do the job that was offered to us for protecting I forget the Furbolg's name. What was the Furbolg's name again?
Mia Jello Vothemo, the Firebolg.
Yeah, that name.
That name.
It's so long, but I mean, like Roby would say it like literally spot on, because like a good memory. Corey just doesn't have that good a memory. We stopped the initial attack. However, they sent more. I caused an alarm, which allowed them to get a slight upper hand. I apologize. However, with the help of Winveer and a young boy, along with Orgoth and Zug, we were able to handle. But Orgoth has ran, and I kind of point in the direction Orgoth ran off, to capture the last one, or maybe sacrifice, I'm unsure.
You'll probably see as first sort of thing, like as soon as Rashid would notice like you're a little bit banged up, you'd probably notice a little bit of instant sort of worry, like kind of like running through his head, like, oh shoot, what happened? Are you okay? Are the others okay? Yada yada yada. But as you kind of explain this, you'll see as he calms down a little bit, and then eventually say, well, if Orgothas went after them, is he okay? Does he need help? What about the others? Do any of them need assistance?
I was able to keep most of them alive, but I have ran out of my abilities to do so. Hence why I am unable to fix myself. Zug, and I point kind of down the walkway, I believe is handling the large turtle creature that had a cannon on it.
Wait. The large turtle. I shouldn't ask, should I?
Any question is a good question. I believe that Orgoth should be able to handle, unless you are much faster than him. We should probably recollect all of our people.
I think Orgoth he should be able to handle himself. That said, here, let us help out the others and get them all gathered around. Maybe you can sort of tell me everything that I missed. While we're kind of just walking and talking, you'll see as Rashid will just kind of look around and kind of just, I guess, let Roby lead the way.
Yeah, and he'll give you, the gist of what happened, which, I mean, he kind of already told you, but he gives you, like, more finite details unless you stop him.
Okay.
Rashid will be kind of just listening and keeping an eye on everywhere because he's not entirely sure of what's going on. He seems a little on edge, but trying to calm himself down.
Okay.
I'll take you to Zug.
So you
Where's his
two.
token?
His token is further south.
I can't see Rashid, and I can still see the keeper, but if I reload, it's going to do the same thing. Is there anything you can do, Matt?
There is, and I will also mention, unfortunately, the front end, my front end of Foundry went completely gray. So I'm gonna do restarting on that again.
It's acting up today. Yeah.
All right, we could just theater the mind it until then.
Yep.
If you need just random RP, then I got you, my friend.
Yeah. But I'll lead you down the walkway to Zug, and I'll even point out kind of like the sections in which we kind of battled, the scorch marks that you'll see where the kids set ablaze. Do I know what a Githyanki is?
I presume that most people are generally aware of most of the different races that exist in this world. Although Githyanki are technically not from this world, so you can certainly roll a history check to give yourself a contextual gauge of how much you might know about Githyanki.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to double check. Still learning the Aurora verse, the amazing, massive Aurora verse.
You're all good.
I'm reloading my Foundry and I'll roll. But I'll give you the gist of the lay of the land. And as we approach, you'll see Zug. What do we see as we approach you?
Zug is currently tearing off the head of a giant turtle with the cannon melted in his back. On the back of the turtle, that is.
Yes, so for those of you that remember the previous session, Zug went toe-to-toe, one-on-one against a large turtle with a cannon on his back. He was almost going to get blown away by this cannon, but then Winveer got smart and decided to cast heat metal on the cannon. The turtle ended up struggled to get the cannon off of him. The cannon ended up misfiring and not hitting any of the heroes, and the rest of the battle between the turtle and Zug was basically a boxing match.
Sick.
And Zug decided to Zug decided to pull his head through its shell and decapitate him because Mogus. So you're going to see a very gruesome sight right basically all around Zug as Zug is going to work on the remains of this turtle.
I'm loading into Foundry again, but probably Rashid will just be looking around and he'll just kind of be muttering to himself before he sees Zug and just saying, could have, right, I felt it, I saw it, but nothing happened. Hopefully this isn't still hell. Anyways, what the fuck is going on, Zug? I do.
Oh, Snake Man's back.
Yes, Snake Man's back, but why? I feel like the more questions I ask, the worse and more confused I'm going to be. But why are you covered in blood, and why do you have a cannon, and what is going on? I understand that Roby explained, but it's still like, I mean, shit, what the fuck?
Zug take trophy.
Yeah, where's Winvir when you need them to clean you up? That's that. You probably didn't even want to get cleaned up anyways. Well, I trust that whoever or whatever did this to you, they're probably in worse shape, right?
Yeah, kill them.
Good job, I think. Anywho, that said, is there anything that we need assistance in with the rest of this job? I know we're
Greetings,
waiting
travelers.
for Orgoth, but oh shit. Oh, hello.
It seems that you were there at the right place and the right time to stop those terrible people. What might your names be?
Yo, Matt, can you unpause the game real quick? Because it's paused for me. Thank you.
Rashid will wait for the others to respond, just in case, because they're using fake names for any other reason. He'll just wait to fall in the loop.
Zug,
Roby.
name Zug.
Yeah, Roby would just spit out like this like string of like letters and numbers, and then, as I'm sure the person seems slightly confused, he would just say, "You can call me Roby."
Ah, fantastic meeting you, Zug named Zug. And the one who calls themselves Roby. And interesting, I guess I only just noticed you were here. What is your name?
No worries. Rashid Al-Safar of House Al-Safar. A pleasure. And your name?
Ah, Rashid. My name is Uluki. I am Uluki the Wanderer. I typically come here to SEGLESIA to sell wares from far and beyond the region, but I was, of course, fearing for the lives of those in this area, and specifically the child of the man over there. Thankfully, you, and he points over at Roby, were able to intercept him in time. And Roby, you do recognize this as the individual who basically took out weapons and tried to intimidate the Githyanki alongside you into letting the child go. It is.
I was gonna say, quick thing, like at about that point, Roby would like just walk away and go check on the child. I forgot the kid was out there, but Roby would 100% make sure the child is okay.
Also, I guess properly placing. You are going to notice as you run over there that the dad has recovered. The father of this child has recovered his son to consciousness, and he is sitting up, although he is rubbing his head, and his father is inspecting him to make sure he's not injured. Nope, wrong one.
I'd like to kind of get on one knee and do like a medicine check.
All right. So in which case, roll a medicine check and feel free to flavor that medicine. That is a 1.
Like, I imagine, like, I go to, like, get down on one knee, and because, like, I'm all kind of messed up, I probably have, like, a couple nuts and bolts missing, and so, like, it jars me down. Like, you know, if you have a bad knee, you kind of sometimes slip, and while I'm going to medicine check him, I just kind of, like, slam into him. My apologies, young sir. I wanted to make sure that you were okay. Your assistance was greatly appreciated. I believe without you, we may not have survived. Like, I'm trying to boost this little dude's, like, because he seemed like he was very, like, excited to be magical.
Yes. I will say this for rolling a 1. As you're doing as you're, you know, probably doing a medicine. The part of that where you're actually doing the medicine check, you're probably going a little bit hard on his little body, and he's like, "Ow! Hey, ow!" And the father's like, "Hey, keep it. Go easy on him. He just, Dad, I'm okay. Okay, I'm okay. I just have a little bit of a headache. It's okay." He looks like the child does look like he looks like he's fighting back tears a little bit, but he's got a smile on his face, and so you can kind of get this sense that he, you know, that the circumstance was rough, but he's on the other side of it. He does look over to you, and he does say. And he does kind of look at you, and he's like, "Are you a metal man?"
I am not a man. I was created to assist my master, but I have lost most of my memory, as well as most of my memories of him. But yes, I am consistent of mostly metal, with some organic materials in places where it's required.
And he's looking over you, and you're beaten up a bit. He is going to enthusiastically being like, "Wait, let me try this." And he's going to basically attempt to cast mending, but while he casts it, it's not very effective. Him doing it causes him a little bit of a headache, and he rubs his head again, and he's like, I guess I need to rest and heal up a bit before I can do be useful again. He's like, it's like, I've never cast that much fire before. That was amazing.
I agree. It was amazing. I believe in the heat of the moment, you did well, just like you will continue to do well. And like, I put a hand on him and cast guidance. I am glad you are okay. I must go back to check on my friends. And kind of like stand up and
the child is going to go, heat of the moment. That's a pun. And then his father's going to step forward and be like, now, don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. It's like, oh, Dad, he was just giving me compliments. It's like, son, I think it might be time for you to, it's time for us to go home. But he does look over to you and say, but before we go home, I want to formally thank you and your compatriots over there. If it wasn't for you, my son would probably not be as well together as he is right now. As a merchant myself, there are a few goods I offer, and I'd be willing to offer them to you for a discount, at least before we head back home. Now, we're not going to quite go into shop mode right this second, but I am going to switch over to the other two really quick, and Aluki is going to look between the three of you, and he's going to have a little bit of a confused look on his face. And he is going to mention, say, what happened to the red one?
Looks to Zug.
I think Gorgoth was chasing a little rabbit or something.
Rabbit, that was a goblin?
It's the same thing, you just kicked them to death.
Oh shit. I don't know about that one, but they're both small, but I think it was probably a goblin. Probably not a rabbit in these streets.
I am sure he will be back at the very least. I wish that he does manage to catch up with that goblin.
That being said, well, it seems to be that the tussle sort of happened. Also, real quick question, Matt.
Yep.
Was I able to see that kid over here casting magic?
I would say as per usual, there isn't any darkness on the map or anything like that. Everything is well lit. You could have glanced over and noticed Roby interacting with this child, and this child making the somatic and verbal gestures of magic casting.
So Rashid will probably look kind of pointing over there or motioning towards the kid over there. That one, is he casting magic? Such a young age. Is that normal? Do you know that one?
Oh, I know Thames. I have met Thames a few days ago, in this same market square. I travel quite a bit, so I meet a lot of people. Thames, in particular, seems to be a shrewd but very kind individual. His son is very imaginative, but very gifted.
See. I didn't know so many mages were even sort of around, especially at such a young age, but to be fair, I grew horns, so I can expect anything at this point. As said, well, while we're waiting for the goblin, is there anything else that we need to do around here, or are we just sitting and waiting for the time
Some
being?
put horns like Coachman's.
You can get horns, but I don't know if you'll like the way that or what you'll have to do to get them. But let's not rule that possibility out.
Aluki is going to look between the both of you and is going to say, if you wouldn't mind, before you leave and debrief whatever it is you need to do, I would like to compel you to come over to my stall, and maybe I could offer some of my wares from around Leonios to you.
I'd love to see nothing more. Come, let's go.
Ah, yes. This way.
Zug follow.
You just hear ching, 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 ching as he's walking over because he has a bag of gold in his pocket.
All right. So at this precise moment, we are going to pause on this scene, and we're going to switch over to a different scene. A scene specific with the whereabouts of Orgoth. Orgoth.
It's loading.
Is it loading?
Yep.
Okay. Let me...
All right. It loaded.
Okay.
Is it snowing?
It's supposed to be.
Nice.
All
Oh,
right.
shoot.
Quick refresh again. Oops. I believe the reasoning for the technical difficulties is I just need to restart my computer, to be honest. So if it continues, we might take a quick break where I restart and then we just jump back in. But I think for the time being, we should be able to. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, Orgoth.
I need to reload. So I'm reloading as well now.
Gotcha. Let me know when you are completely up, my friend. But in the meantime, I'm going to set the stage. You have decided to pursue the goblin, who was very apparently the face and the leader of the group of Gold Mercers Guild members that were extorting Miagello Fothemo, the individual of whom you've all agreed to protect. You are driven by a sense of your prior mission, but also a sense of a desire to sacrifice something and someone to Mogus, potentially. But of course, what you plan on doing when you get your hands on this individual is entirely up to you. But as you start your pursuit of the goblin known as Gring Ratsbane, he turns the corner and you find yourself propelling down the street at full speed. It quickly occurs to you that your legs will carry you potentially a further distance than your mark. However, you are in a place, a location that is not native to you. It is a place of winding corridors, a place of alleyways, of stairs, of various rooms, various buildings, of places filled with trash, of gutters, of all of the things that you would expect to see in a crowded city. And it is clear that this opponent of yours knows it far well than you do. And so, while you are faster, you are of equal match with somebody who knows the terrain. Therefore, we are going to embark upon what I plan on being a short skill challenge for the chasing of Gring Ratsbane.
All right, I'm ready.
All right. So how this is going to work, my friend, is each turn, both of you, that is to say, you specifically are going to roll to be able to gain ground on Gring Ratsbane.
Anything specific I'll be rolling for, or just a normal 20?
For the most part, it will be, most of the time, it will be down to either an athletics or an acrobatics. Depending upon... oh, you have neither. Oh, no, well, you technically have both. It will be down to a athletics or acrobatics, depending upon the kind of terrain. If it is winding corridors, then it is acrobatics. If it is a straight shot run on your opponent, it will be athletics. There will be the possibility of running into chase complications, but your opponent is, I'm going to start you off. He is 2 gaps ahead of you. The idea is, depending upon the result of your roll, you will either gain ground or lose ground. So, if you gain enough ground, you will have the opportunity to perform an attack action. And that attack action could be a grapple, it could be a spell, it could be any other act that you wish to partake in. Does that sound relatively clear?
You.
All right. So, in order to provide extra visual for this, I'm going to uninvisible these 2 lines. These 2 lines define a gap or a unit. So he's 2 ahead of you. At the current point in time, he has essentially turned the corner and is running down the length of a curved street. Your first roll will be an athletics roll. So please roll athletics, and I will tell you whether you gain grounds, keep the distance, or lose ground. 6. Well, unfortunately, that is going to be a loss of ground. So I'm actually going to put you just forward here, but not enough to completely make that gap.
Alright, we'll go for pretty much shout, "Get back here, you little green midget!
All right.
My dagger is still stuck in your ass!"
And he is very quickly headed into an area that is winding around a number of different stalls on this part of the brewer's stretch. So he is going to roll an acrobatics check. He is going to exceed it by far. Boom. And move 1 unit ahead of you. Let me move that over. Boom. In which case, I get to roll a complication. Now, a complication is something that may appear in front of you that might change up the roll that you make. If there is no complication, then it is just another athletics roll from you. And there I roll, and there is no complication. So, roll me another athletics check.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Thing is that you are somebody who very much belongs to a sect of assassins. So you're able to keep on his trail. However, you are not gaining nearly as much ground as you would hope in this circumstance. Now, as one additional rule to this is, if he ends up exceeding 4 whole gaps from you, he is going to get away. However, remember, he does also need to roll. In this case, he is coming across a long stretch of curving road, and he is going to roll an athletics check. 15, he is going to move forward down that stretch of road and make it to near to the end of that road. In which case, for this next round, once again, rolling to see if there are any complications, any new things that might come across. Okay. there is a complication. You have reached an area where there is a maze of barrels and crates or similar, abandoned stalls that have been closed down for the night. It is through a small market at the middle of a crossroads. You must choose whether to make a dexterity acrobatics roll or a plain intelligence roll to navigate your way through this maze.
Intelligence check works. Okay. Like the best check I can do.
You almost hope for a complication because it gives you more than one option. That is going to be a 20. You are most definitely going to figure out, think of it this way, a shortcut through this maze. And this shortcut is actually, because you did roll 20, is going to actually put you partway through the winding corridor that he had just passed. So you are catching up to him. You're about 1.5 gaps from him. There's a long stretch ahead, but it does seem to twist and turn. So he is going to make an acrobatics check. He is able to keep pace. Let's say that's a 12. No, he's not able to keep pace as far as he would like. Boom.
Nice.
Excellent. Once again, I don't like that one. Let's do another one. So, with the particular detour that you have taken, you notice that there is an abandoned cathedral, small chapel-like building, and you can very clearly see that a bunch of the that is to say, a bunch of the windows are boarded up, but there is one window that is not quite boarded up. You can see stained glass window. So, as you are running forward, make a in this case a Constitution. You can, if you decide to burst through that window, you can make a Constitution saving throw in order to cut through this shortcut. Otherwise, if you decide that that is not the best course of action, you can just make another athletics check to move ahead.
Or Argoff will pretty much go, "Oh, you bastard, I'll get you!" and then make his jump for the window.
All right. Constitution saving throw, my friend. All right. 12 in this case essentially means you are going to make this shortcut. However, you are going to sustain some damage from all of the falling glass. And that's going to be 3 damage. So, shortcut is going to place you a full gap forward. You are a total of a full gap away from him. It is now his turn. He is going to do what he can. He's gonna he's gonna see a bin of trash to the left of him, and he's going to take it and he's going to chuck it down into your path, hopefully to slow you down. And he's going to take the rest of his time to do an athletics, and that is that is not going to be nearly as far as he could go. You could definitely sense that you are getting much quicker on the trail. Rolling a complication for you. You, during your pass, you managed to run into a very small group of merchants with carts. There are horses carrying these carts, and they are sort of moving into your way. You can either make a athletics check to push your way through this line, a dexterity or an acrobatics check to, do a flip or slide underneath, or an intimidation check to basically bellow and compel them to get out of your way.
Decides to go for the jump to get on top.
All right, 18's a good roll. So 18 is going to put you forward a full gap, and you are coming upon him, but he still gets an opportunity to potentially move forward, and he is going to try to do an acrobatics. He's going to fail. Therefore, you have an attack opportunity or an action opportunity. So what do you plan on doing?
The thematic orb.
All
First
right.
level spell. All right.
So, chromatic orb as a spell. Go ahead and roll. Your attack. That's going to be a 20. A hit in this case is automatically going to make him fail his next attempt to escape. So,
should I roll for damage?
yes, go ahead and roll for damage. Ooh. What?
Infinite electricity.
With electricity.
Right on the knife that he stabbed him with.
All right. This coursing electricity channels into the knife at his sheath, and you see him sort of run sideways, trying to, grabbing at the knife and realizing that he is consumed in lightning energy, and he feels his body jolting, and he manages to stumble to the ground as you are still upon him right now, which means he is not going to be able to move very far forward. As he moves forward, you realize at the speed that you were running, you are forced to make a sharp turn to avoid colliding with basically a large pile of garbage that was stacked behind in this alleyway. Of course, he's small enough to just kind of, stumble forward, limp, and circumvent it. But of course, you are going much faster and you are much bigger. So, in this case, you must make an acrobatics or athletics. Either jumping over it or basically parkouring off the wall. All right. You catch up. Of course, you are right next to him again. You get to take another attack. He is not looking very good. He looks very, very injured. And it looks like if you deal another successful blow to him, he will go down.
Another chromatic orb. Oh yeah, I need to cast it first though. There we go.
All right.
20 again.
Oh my god, Orgoth is rolling like a god today.
You got this.
All
All right. What is the damage that you do?
See it again.
Okay. So, you, and is it the same kind of energy? Is it the same?
Yeah.
Lightning energy
again.
All right.
Yep.
So you very much manage with that last acrobatics. You basically do you kick off the wall parkour style, and you tumble forward. And as you come back up straight, tumbling forward, you basically Hadouken this beam of electricity on him. You see him jolting violently as he drops to his knees in the middle of a puddle that has started from melted snow, and he is on 3 limbs, 2 knees, 1 hand, and his other hand is sort of raising up as if trying to keep himself up, but you have incapacitated him at this point. And he is not moving. You can very much approach him in any way, shape, or form, but as you approach, he is gonna say, hey, okay, you got me, fair and square. Listen, it was just the job. It was the thing that needed to be doing. We do this for gold. You never did anything for gold in your life, haven't you? And besides, we weren't actually gonna hurt her. We were just gonna scare her a little bit.
Orgoth will pretty much go, roughly take the dagger back, just turn it a bit when he pulls it out, and then he'll start carving the goblin for his sacrifice. Fomogus!
So, in the midst of the falling snow, in the darkness of an alleyway, south of the Brewer's Stretch, the camera zooms out as you see the dissipating figures of Orgoth with a blade in hand, finishing off in a brutal fashion fitting Mogus, Gring Ratsbane. And we fade out from that scene as you have successfully apprehended the last of the thugs that have done you a great disservice this evening. And you have your sacrifice to Mogus.
Oh, that was fun. Feel of the hunt.
So,
And then he'll pretty much backtrack to the group.
excellent. So therefore, with that pursuit completed, you now have a sense that with everybody involved in this particular extortion ring defeated, that you can guarantee at this point that Miagello Vothemo, the Firbolg, the blacksmith of which they were trying to extort, will no longer see harm coming to them. And they are completely free of their aggressors. And while you do this for the sake of a sacrifice to your god, you do smirk with a sense of a job well done in having completed your mission in total. And as you head back, we are going to switch back over to our scene with the other characters.
Hey Matt, for some reason my token's level 4.
Yeah,
Oh
so's
no!
mine.
Did you updated that in D&D Beyond?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
We gotta just import it.
yeah.
Click on your character sheets, hit the D&D Beyond icon, and hit Start Import.
That's okay. We'll you were able to do it at level 4. That is your moment of gaining level 5. As a matter of fact, that is your
What the? Oh, I'm a level 10 sorcerer. Whoa, that's not right.
You are not a level 10 sorcerer.
Whoa, what the hell?
Holy
Okay,
shit, he is.
What the hell?
Rashid has ascended in front of us.
I have never seen that glitch before. Holy crap.
We're
the
gonna hit the
hell?
D&D Beyond button, do start import.
I'll let you take the wheel, Matt.
Yeah. So if I'm let's just compare tit for tat here. You have, yeah, that's not right. So I hit import and it still says you're a level 10 sorcerer. And I am looking at your D&D Beyond and it says level 5 sorcerer.
Guys, I got 5th level spells. Let's go. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I have never seen that. I don't know. Here, let me see what the issue it's saying. Key, blah, 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 does not exist in the embedded collection.
He's a level 10 sorcerer and still has 28 HP.
Sounds about right. I'll Google this.
Key, blah, blah, does not exist in embedded collection. Yeah, that is weird, isn't it? Huh? Okay, well, we'll get that resolved in due time. So, in the meantime,
Might work.
we find ourselves back on the streets of SEGLESIA and the Brewer's Stretch. We're going to go back to... we're going to collectively presume that both groups are sort of congregated in the same location here, generally. Now...
And then Orgoff see the kid when he gets there?
Yes, so the events that happened in this scene and the chase happened simultaneously. So by now, yes, you have returned.
Orgoff will pretty much go to the kid. And he'll say, "You kid, you'll be my apprentice. I hope you don't mind. But show me your hand."
The apprentice wizard that is okay, hold on a second. Let me remember their name. What did I say their name was? Oh no, did I forget what the kid's name is? The kid is going to, it's fine. The kid is going to look over to you and he's going to say, "Oh, aren't you the one that said that you were going to sacrifice me?" And then his father looks over to you with wide eyes.
That was a joke. Now, give me your hand.
What's WTF?
We don't go... My apologies, but we don't go sacrificing children.
We let them grow.
For
Yeah, we did.
Mogus's sake, man.
All right. But I won't sacrifice him. I want him as my apprentice. So give me your hand, boy.
His father is gonna step in the way and gonna be like, You back off. This is none of your business. It's none of your business what my son knows what to do and what my son knows how to do and what he doesn't know how to do.
It is my business now. He'll be elevated to something greater.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
He'll be a powerful wizard.
As soon as you say that, the kid's eyes light up and he's like, "Oh, powerful wizard." And he looks over to his dad and says, I could be a powerful wizard. And his dad, Thames, is looking between the both you and his child, and he is like, "Son, this is not the time to have this discussion. We could talk about it more at home."
I will teach him the art of blood dancing.
The kid's eyes light up again. He looks over at you and he's like, blood. Wow. You clearly have his attention. You clearly have his attention. It's like, that sounds cool.
And I just walk over to the dad and then just ask, what's so wrong if the kid knows magic? What's the issue with it? Seems quite capable in it. Seems kind of good at it.
The issue is not that he knows magic. The issue is that someone is literally trying to take him away from me over his magic abilities. This is exactly the kind of thing that I don't want to happen to my family.
I'll make you a deal.
There is
I'll
no
wait until
deal.
he grows up.
He is my blood and flesh.
Doug, you know what to do.
Yeah, we're gonna transform him into a war machine. If you try to stop us, I will immediately kill you.
I believe we have come to some sort of misunderstanding, and I'm like looking at Zug and Orgoth. I believe there is a 5% chance of this child surviving if he comes with us. However, if we give him a few more years to grow into his own self and then allow him to join, that the percentage raises to over 75. That might be the better option. Can you teach him?
What I want to do, but I'll have to mark him first.
How about this? Best of both worlds. How about kid doesn't have to go anywhere. In fact, Orgoth, why not you, since you want to be, his teacher, why don't you just go to his sort of establishment and teach him there? That way his father is able to supervise over it, and you're able to make sure that he's safe. Everyone wins.
So, take them to our base, where he'll have a bigger market.
No. You essentially teach him wherever the father deems safe. He's using air quotes.
And Orgoth will go like, what are these for? And make their coats as well.
I can tell you firsthand, there is no way that you will gain my blessing by intimidating me out of my relationship with my child.
No, he will stay with you. And the times I can come here, I'll train him. He will only leave you when he's old enough. At least 18.
I believe what my friend is saying, and I'll put a hand on Orgoth and give him guidance, is that he will not leave your side until he is fully prepared to, and then we will assist him with learning the ways in which Orgoth would like to teach him. If you want to do like a persuasion or something, I'll give you a help action.
He'll be more powerful. He'll be able to protect this place, go into adventures. You really want to steal that from your kid?
The world is very dangerous, and he'll gesture to any bit of destruction.
So you would typically get advantage, Orgoth, if you wanted to convince him from help action, but it is canceled out by the fact that you are intimidating him, and he is not taking well to that. So it's just a normal persuasion roll.
But you get a guidance. So what is that? A 1d4 additional. Good luck.
Right.
I was gonna say, could I persuade him with finishing my thing, but too late.
And then what was the guidance? 1d4?
Yeah, just an additional d4.
All right. Guess I'll try with the guidance. 13.
Huh. Well, he needs
Here, add a D4. I'll give mine spoke because I want to help out.
Okay. That was the D4 you received from
Guidance.
from Max Fish previously.
Yeah,
Oh.
I have 2 inspiration die. I'm
Gotcha.
using one of them.
All right. All right.
Help Orgo.
All right, so another D4.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
I'm on 4. Huh.
15
15.
is a good number, but it also could not be enough. Who knows?
Your wording, your convincing of him, he looks a little conflicted, like he's looking between all of you. Sort of at one point he is feeling like he as the father of a child, someone who has the, someone who is in charge of taking care of that child. At first, you can definitely tell he feels a little threatened by the approach, but your words do seem to resonate with him a bit. For reasons that may not be apparent to you immediately, he takes some pause, and his eyelids narrow a little bit as he looks about, pondering, and he looks to his son and he says, "Son, you are growing so quickly, and it's always been my fear that your gifts will cause somebody to, well, pull you away from me. But at the same time, I acknowledge that there may be a way to foster and service your talents without that happening. And that perhaps someone independent might be the best way forward instead of allowing an organization or institution to impress you into their ranks. I leave the choice to you, son. Do you wish to learn the trades of, well, blood dancing? And if you truly wish to learn, then I, as your father, will honor that. And under stringent circumstances, we can figure out an arrangement for your training. And his son thinks, ponders, and looks between each of you. And he steps forward and he says, I've known I've been different. The children at my schoolyard treat me differently. My neighbors treat me differently. And I just want to find out who I am with this gift. And if you're offering to teach me, then I'm here for it.
I kind of want to throw something out there real quick. As the kids like talking about people teasing them and talking about the gift, Roby just kind of like interrupts him. That is not a gift. Either you learn to do those things or you are born with it. It is not given to you.
I guess you're right, and I guess there's no use not learning. So, could you teach me?
I will. And like, Orgoth takes the dagger, cuts his own hand, and gets like his hand close to him, gives him the dagger with his left hand. You know what to do.
The father impulsively is like, but then of course looks over at all of you, and then recalls the thing he agreed to, and then he steps back and sort of just kind of stands nervously a little bit. And this kid looks at the knife, and he weighs the knife a little bit, and he looks at his hand, and he does this thing where the top of his teeth sort of like in anticipation and excitement bite down on his lower lip, and he brings the knife to his hand. He slowly cuts into it, and you can see him like wince, and he says, "Ow!"
Attaboy. He'll pretty much touch his hand with his bloodied hand on his bloodied hand, and create the blood pact.
That can't be safe. That's how you communicate. That's how diseases spread. Dad,
That's our power. Blood. And that's the source of our gift.
and as you are both exchanging bloodied, cut open hands, there is a very slight crimson glow that begins to emanate from both of your hands, coming together, and he pulls his hand back, and that crimson glow is still on his hand as it slowly fades away, and he is looking at this aurora, dissipating aurora around his hand in fascination.
It's done.
The father is going to step forward. He's going to say, "Well, okay then. Perhaps we could set a schedule or a time for training. But we can arrive. Well, I guess." He scratches his head a little bit. He's like, "Let me." He looks over and he's like, "Should we do this? Should he be going to a specific place, or are you going to arrive to our house? How is this going to work?"
I mean, as stated before, you can just train him at your establishment, your home, if you are fine with that. That was agreed upon, at least. If you didn't feel safe sending him to where we reside.
"But Dad, I want to see where they train." Son, maybe we could do one day on, one day off."
It's very safe. We have a sacrifice room.
God.
Wait a second.
The father grows wide-eyed, and he feels, and you could definitely tell, like he's got some regret in his in his decision.
That's what they call a training room. Trust me. It took a while to get used to. Can I deceive him?
You, Rashid, of course, you are able to, with your, let's see, let me actually determine who has the highest. Yeah. Rashid, you have the highest passive perception, I believe. So you are going to notice out of the corner of your eye that during this entire exchange, Uluki the Wanderer had his hand on his katana, uncertain what you all were going to do to his neighbor.
Okay.
But as it seems like things have calmed down, he pockets the blade, the full blade, back into the sheath and slowly removes his hand. And so, to break up the tension a little bit, Uluki looks over and he says, well, perhaps Thames and I can treat you to some of our wares, and then we can end the night.
Sounds fine with me.
Excellent. Luki stands over, and while he's selling out of a cart, there's a cloth, a brown cloth that is stretched over his cart that has a bunch of straps with little locks on them to kind of keep it secure to the cart and make sure that nobody can just like rip open the tarp and start stealing stuff. He takes a little key out of a necklace hovering around his neck and unlocks each of the straps and then pulls aside the cloth to reveal the wares that he has. As before, everybody, out of character, if you wish to properly engage with, I gotta switch over. Actually, no, I gotta switch him over to a merchant sheet, don't I? Yes, I do. Because for some reason it did not save last time. So merchant NPC. You should be able to double click on Uluki the Wanderer, and you should be able to see a shop pop up.
Double click. Yep, it works for me.
Excellent.
What the heck is that?
And Uluki says, I specialize in weaponry that I've acquired through many places across this continent. Every now and then I do come across some rarities, some items that are unique to perhaps a tribe or a village. I do typically specialize in vicious weaponry. That is to say, weapons that function very much like the weapons you use, except they are tipped with a razor's edge, and the precise strike can allow its wielder to deal the most harm possible. Also, if it is of your interest, I do also have a translation book. I did manage to pick that up from another trader from the Underdark.
You'll see, as Rashid will just say. And not much I can use here myself, but Orgoth, Roby, Zug, if any of you need anything that will help in your sacrificing or slaying, then let me know. I can help pitch in.
Thames is also going to step forth and he is going to say, well, my full name is Thames, Thames Corval, and I am a brewmaster, and I am also somebody that experiments in, that's done some rookie experiments in the art of alchemy, and I've used that to create brews that are one of a kind, and I also sell brewing supplies. And also, if you double click on Thames token, you will notice, that is not quite safe yet. Let me see if I can get that to function. Yep. Yeah, why is that not coming up?
Now we're talking.
Can you see the full list of the Thames?
You.
Yeah, I
see
can't
it.
see the info for Bruce Speed Activator, but everything else is fine.
Okay. For one reason or another, it's not coming up for the stream. Why don't I just set all the default sheets to merchant for the time being?
These shops look like so good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, I can kind of show what the inventory generally looks like. So, as you can see, there is an assortment of different tinctures, of different potions, but on top of that, in particular, you notice what appears to be a book called The Speed Guide to Brewing. Learn to brew fast. Of which, if you look at the description, it says spending a total of 36 hours studying this book enables a character to gain proficiency with a brewer's kit, and you learn a number of recipes.
Oh yeah, we're definitely picking this thing up.
There's only one book, so it would only be one, or am I correct on that? I guess. I think there. I think I was,
Yeah, that's only one.
okay.
Awesome. That could be helpful.
For those of you watching on stream, the sort of brews that one can make with this book, once this book is essentially mastered, would be such brews as Viper Fang, Goodberry Beer, Ethereal, Gimme Some Luck, and Sylvester's Persuasion.
That could be useful, but is there any skills needed for crafting?
Simply that you spend enough time studying this book. I guess, hold on, the description doesn't mention it, but it is I believe I said it so that it is a minimum, there's a minimum intelligence that's required.
So no Orgoth. Just kidding.
Let's see. Oh,
Orgoth's
Orgoth would definitely
intelligence
do it.
at
He's at intelligence 18.
Ooh.
Intelligence 10, intelligence 10, intelligence 8. Essentially, that minimum is anybody except for Roby.
Well, I guess Orgoth will just look at Rashid and go, I might need that book.
No, which one? Because I got my eye on the book. The brewing one or the other one?
The brewing one.
You. I tell you what. Give it to me after you're done reading it. Yeah, I'll buy that one.
All
All
right.
right. And Tem says, "Of course, since you will be training my son, this will not be the last time you see me. So if you ever need supplies, you only need to send me correspondence or let my son know, and my son can send the order to me."
All right. Also, well, I assume you wouldn't want your son to use a real sword, so get him a wooden sword.
He looks up and he scratches his head and he's like, I was hoping that I could have a real weapon. But then again, he makes a little magical spark with his hand, a little flame. It's like, this is good as anything else.
Oh, you won't always use your magic. You will use it to enhance your abilities at times, but you may always need one trusty sword at your side.
I hear that one over there has some good swords. Points over at Aluki. Ah, yes. One sword that I do have that is unique amongst the others is what is known as the Phantom Edge. And he takes that sword out in particular, and you see it when he grasps the hilt of it, it glows slightly for a few moments, and then that glow dissipates. He says, "It is said that this edge once belonged to a scion who embedded some of his influence into its steel. While much like a typical sword, it is known to have a deficient psychological effect on those pierced with its blade. And is also rumored to be especially hazardous against ethereal beings. For the low, low price of 2,200 gold."
You mean 220 gold, right?
That would be 2,200.
Yeah, so 220. And no, I'm just joking. But could I have looked over the Thames? The healer's kit and the... what was the other thing? I think that was actually it for me. Yeah, you already got the book.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess healer's kit.
Yeah, so if you double click, there is a little coin. I think you actually, if you just click the $, you purchase the item. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
So, like, out of character, Roby won't ask for anything. Like, think of him like an assistant, right? Like, he assumes that the people he's working for will provide. So, like, if you see something that you think he, would use, feel free to buy it and offer it.
And also for the sake, I also just want to make sure that Rashid is aware of this. I'm gonna have this take place if I can find her. If I can find her token really quick.
Oh, did I buy two? Oops. I'll just give one to Roby anyways.
You notice Mia step around the corner and say, I've closed up shop for the night. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for doing what you can to protect me and my establishment. I don't believe I've met you yet.
My apologies. I am Rashid Al-Safar. I am with these troop of lovable individuals.
Ah, well met. I am Miagello Forthemo. I am otherwise known as the Firebolt. Since it seems like you are grouped together with these individuals, I'd like to provide you this. And it's a small one-sheet catalog of the services that they provide too. Once again, just so that you as a character are aware that she also provides services, and for one reason or another, those services are not coming up on the token. But it basically is, short version, it's basically stuff like making a normal weapon into a masterwork weapon, making a normal weapon to a vicious weapon, potentially making masterwork armor, reforging things.
Now you're speaking my language.
The thing is, for one reason or another, that is not coming up here. So I think I should be able Yeah. If you role play for a couple minutes, I can actually get those things back up on the token.
So, as like you're giving, you said you're gonna give Roby a healer's kit. Is that what it is?
Yeah. So like you'll see as Rashid will probably buy one, and then he'll look around and it's like, nah, I probably should buy two. And he'll pay the gold and eventually look over to Roby and say, hey, Roby, I think that probably you could maybe get a little bit of use out of this. What do you say?
I am appreciative of the offer, and he kind of puts his hand out and takes it. I do not believe I am proficient in the usage of it, but I could try to learn.
Oh no, it's not too difficult. It's just a little sort of, if one of us ever gets sort of injured in the fight, and we can just use it for a little bit and, make sure that we'll live to see the next day. That's all. Here, I'll show you the basics of what my family taught me.
Did you buy the book, the brewing book as well?
I bought it, and I'll give that to Orga. Yeah.
All right, so you now should be able to double click on Miagello and those things should pop up.
Hold on, let me make sure I bought this real quick. Okay, let me actually buy it, and all that stuff. Now, I guess Matt can just drag the thing to Orgoth.
Give the speed guide over to Orgoth.
Yeah.
All right. Orgoth, you get the speed guide to brewing.
I heard you, like out of character. I heard, like Rashid said, "Hey, I'm gonna get this book for Orgoth, and I'm gonna read it after, right?"
Oh yeah, Orgoth asked Rashid for it, so yeah, you hear that.
Remember,
okay,
minimum intelligence is 10.
No. So I get it. He doesn't want it. As you're like handing him the kit, he sees before you hand the book over to Orgoth. I know that you are a man of means and you are looking for coin. If that book teaches people
Hold on. I'm not looking for a coin, I'm looking for the glory that comes with the coin. It just so happens to be the coin gets me there faster.
He kind of pauses for a second like he's thinking about it. Either way, you can buy supplies, and he kind of points back at the guy's cart with all the supplies. And you can make money by selling the services of teaching from that book and make more than the book was worth to begin with.
Huh. That would be something. And you're referring to the brewing book, right?
Yes. So out of character, he's kind of saying, hey,
yeah,
if that book can be read, because most books like the tomes and stuff, it's once and done, right? But if that book can be constantly read, and it's not like the one you have to have on you to actually be able to use, like he's basically saying, you have services now you can render. You can teach someone to teach, and then it's a job, but
yeah. So Rashid will just say, it's definitely a business venture to look into, but I mean, to be quite frank, I never was the best student, so it's going to take me a little bit of time to even comprehend what that book is saying, let alone teaching. That's going to be a struggle, but well, consider it for sure.
He'll take and pocket the herbalism kit.
Suck one gold in his mouth.
So, in order to make this work for everybody going to the future, what I'm going to do in the actors section of Foundry, I'm going to create a new folder called Vendors, and I'm going to have I'm going to have each of these individuals unlocked and their sheets sent to merchant NPC, so you should be able to interact with, you should be able to see what they have from any map. If you ever need to go back and decide, like, hey, I think I should consider picking that up.
A question, Matt.
Yep.
So for this, these reforged services, how long will they actually take?
If you click on the excuse me. If you click on the description, it should mention. Oh, why is there no description?
Yeah.
No. Okay, for some reason, the descriptions got lost. They do take. Depending upon what it is, it's either 2 days, 3 days, or 4 days. If it is magical, if it's any sort of magical enchantment, if it's like definitely the magic weapon reforged service, what it is 3,000 plus 4 days, plus you do have to provide a magic, either enchanted ingots or a magic weapon that can be used that can be like broken down and used in this weapon. It doesn't have to be +2.
Gotcha.
It sucks because I wrote up the descriptions and now the descriptions are gone and I don't know why that is. So I'll have to rewrite those up proper. But everything except for the magical weapon reforged service is going to be 2, 3, or 4 days. If it's vicious weapon, it's 2 days. If it's adamantine weapon, adamantine armor, it's 2 days. If it's masterwork, it's going to be 3 days.
Yeah, I'll probably hold on, make sure I got enough gold for it. 25. Yep, perfect. Yeah, I'll just order for the vicious weapon reforged service.
Gotcha.
I don't have enough money for the other ones.
Something you wish to add to your Draven axes?
Not the Draven axes. They are the chain blades, definitely not Kratos inspired. Swords of Oblivion or whatever you want to call them. But yeah, I'm gonna buy for that. So I'll hand her the likes of the sort of chain weapons and more, sort of unwrapping them from his arms and hand them to her. And he'll just kind of look towards his old sort of saber he hasn't used for days, if not weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, looks like Old Faithful is gonna have to come in handy for a bit.
Yeah, and Mia looks over and says, "That's fantastic. I've not seen weapons quite like this before, but shouldn't be that difficult to make these a vicious variety. Expect a delivery in a couple days."
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
She looks over at everybody else and says, "Well, you all know my services, so you could always send word to me if you need any assistance with reforging." She is going to wave to everybody and say, "You should expect my compensation to Roxy shortly. But I want to once again thank all of you for doing what you've done to make sure." I'm getting ahead of myself. I thank you so much already tonight. Take care, everyone, and I hope you a safe journey back.
You as well. Take care.
All right, and she steps off into the night. Uluki looks over and says, "Well, it seems Thames and I ought to consider getting in as much sleep as we can this evening. So, please, if there's anything else that you need assistance with, we can certainly help. but I believe we, for the most part, our business is concluded. And Thames looks over and says, yes, you can expect to see my son starting tomorrow, I guess.
All right.
Is that? He looks over to you, Orgothic. Is that blood on your hands? No, your other hand.
Oh, yeah.
I forget I asked.
I mean, you might like blood as well. Do you want some?
No.
Are you positive?
No, I'm O negative. Listen, son, I think we need to go home. You can meet up with Orgoth here tomorrow. And I out of character, I feel like I'm trying to step around the fact that I forgot the kid's name. So listen, we're just gonna call him Kid for now.
Just call him Boy.
Boy, I'm gonna call him Kid for now. He is going to look over and he's gonna say, "Well, Orgoth, great to meet ya. I'll see you tomorrow."
See you tomorrow, boy.
Yep, and they begin heading back to their cart, packing up, and begin moving out. And Aluki nods, figures that people are finished with their shopping, and he begins to re-strap the cloth back to his cart, secure everything, and goes back over to, well, I mean, you would presume that he had a horse for this. Yes, he does. It's just not on the map. He is going to get his horse. He's going to strap it back onto his horse, and he is going to begin moving forward, and he's going to say, "I sincerely wish the greatest of luck to each of you, and if you are in need of my goods, I will be in SEGLESIA for quite some time."
Well, that is good to know. Is there anywhere specific that we'd be able to find you, or are you just pretty much around?
That is a conundrum. It is a one that customers of mine almost never have to worry about. For you see, he takes his fur coat, opens it up, takes a little thing out of his pocket, and it is a little glass bauble. Inside the glass bauble is the it's the symbol of two katanas crossing each other, and he tosses it over to you. He says, "All you need to do is, well, stare into the bauble and speak my name, and I will know through the ether of this world, and you should be able to see me within the hour."
That is something. Huh. I'm sort of magic, but well, we'll just pocket it for now.
And he nods. He does not say a luxurious goodbye to everybody, but he gives a respectful nod to each of you, and he goes on his way. And soon you find yourself by yourself in the middle of the street.
Well, everyone, it seems that the job here is done. You care to head back to the likes of Roxy's?
Out of character.
Just sacrifice.
It's just sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
Did that lady pay us?
Don't worry, the
said
goblin
that
was
your-
sacrificed.
Your compensation would be coming would
Roxy's
be
place.
coming to Roxy's place. Of which is an individual that you once you've heard the name mentioned, but it doesn't occur to you who is this Roxy, or that is to say, it does occur to you who is this Roxy.
Are you saying like Roby would be questioning it?
Yes, Roby, somebody of course, being who you are. Oh wait, no, I am not smart, because you would have each, after the Frog's Life thing, gone back to Roxy's anyways. So you would have been acquainted with Roxy already. Okay. Forgot about that. Yep, you would have already been acquainted with Roxy. So you know that Roxy is the person who doles out payment for these things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he wouldn't have questioned anything then. I just out of character wasn't sure.
Yeah. That was my mistake.
By the way, Zug is still holding a really large Totoro head.
That's Zug, you want to get... I wouldn't even say get that cleaned. You probably should get that cleaned, but you want to hang it up somewhere in your room or something?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's get going so we can get started with that. Weird random question though. Have you, like, nothing too strange, but definitely a little strange. Have you ever felt like, you just randomly, I don't know, had a dream and then you kind of died and then you kind of woke up or something? Anything of the sorts like that? Just curious.
You asking Zug?
I'm asking all of you. And I'm assuming we're walking and talking, having this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the only dreams I have is sacrificing people. I don't think I've seen anything else.
Okay. Just making sure that I am actually just going crazy. All right.
Haha, Snake Man's losing it.
It wouldn't be the first time.
I
All
wish
right.
that I could assist you with your question, but I do not know what this dream is. I do not sleep.
Actually, speaking of dreams, I did actually have that. Okay, I am 100% positive that was a dream. Actually, this is curious. Zug, Orga, have you ever been sort of contacted by Mogus? Like, had a blood-filled dream of, I don't know, sacrificing, slaughtering to the slaughter god or anything like that?
That was a long time ago. Back when I was still in my cult.
Zug never Mogus never talked to Zug directly. But Mogus have given Zug strength and lust for blood.
And they'll be pleased. I got him a new champion.
Sure, he'll be pleased with that. Huh. I don't know. I guess one of my gods, they contacted me. And it was an interesting experience, to say the least. Found myself like in, I don't know, lava-filled hell, basically. Crazy. But fighting a bunch of people, then turns out I was just in the middle of a street or something. Damned hallucinations or something. But apparently I thought I was fighting demons or something of the sorts. And then turns out they were just people or bandits. That one's definitely strange. I don't...
It's not Iora's the small man's, is it?
Oh, no, 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 not Iroas. He's a little bit of a lesser known god. People, and he'll whisper this, he won't say this like loud and proud, he'll just say, Dendar, typically known as the World Serpent.
Oh, because Iroas is like really small mans. So Zug make fun of Iroas followers.
Besides, Iroa's followers are too like, oh, honor, 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 glory. We will do the right thing in lawfulness and fucking bullshit. Who cares?
Exactly. Snakemans know what he talks about.
All right.
You win. Doesn't matter how.
Is everybody visualized on the map? Your token won't be there, but do you see the map?
Yeah. Making sure I'm comparing the stream. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So this is a moment of a retrospect that each of you are having about the nature of dreams and what those dreams mean. And this is happening as you are taking a trek back to the location that you are most familiar with, and that is Roxy and Company. As per usual, for some of you, you might have residences that you are familiar with here in the city, but many of you are from outside the city. And Roxy and Company, the rooms that it provides to you as shareholders and employees that you are, essentially serves as a place of rest and recuperation. In the sake of the passing of time, to also further lend to the aspect of in the game of gaining your next level. The next week does pass. That week is filled with all sorts of small missions that Roxy sends you on here and there. However, this next week does provide you some sense of downtime, some extra time for you to follow up on particular tasks that you yourself want to tasks that you yourself feel compelled to meet head on or to follow up upon. And so, in which case, I'm going to have all four of you roll a d20. I'm going to use that as the order, and I'm just going to ask you generally, what are you doing over the course of doing little tasks here and there for Roxy, of which at the end of it I will roll an earning of gold for doing those tasks, generally on top of the gold that you earn from this task. Still, this is a week's worth of downtime for each of you. So I want everybody to roll a d20, and based upon that roll, we will see who goes first.
I'm loading back into Foundry, and I mean, if everybody else is okay with it, I'd rather go last anyways.
All right. If Foundry isn't working for you, I did have to reset it, so you might need to restart. This is not typical of Foundry, but I think what the case is that there's a module or two that's conflicting, because I have seen more messaging recently of small errors of me interacting with one thing or another.
For some reason, I cannot roll.
Yeah, I tried to roll too, and it wasn't rolling. So
And that's probably why we need to reload.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I pretty much left and joined back.
Okay.
I mean, I can simplify for Roby's. It would be super basic
Okay.
because we talked about him finding basically his true self is going to take time meeting with whatever that person is that Rashid was mentioning. So he would pretty much not do anything specific. Basic repairs on himself, whatever odds and ends jobs, and then pretty much if anyone would require assistance, he'd go. AKA if anyone is doing something that's not secret, and it's going to require rolls, feel free to say Roby was there with you, and he will be given the help action the whole time. That's pretty much the gist of Roby.
Actually, it's a huge question. I'd probably at this point, like after it's been a week or maybe even 2 since Rashid has known Roby, he's seen him like heal and be able to tend to wounds and all that stuff like pretty consistently, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I guess I'll just wait till Rashid's time, and then I'll ask Roby a couple questions.
Okay. So Roby is going to fixate on repairing himself, getting himself to full order, also trying to learn more, generally through that process, trying to learn more about your make. In which case, I'll just start with Roby then. Hey, Roby, if you could, please roll... kind of like throughout the process, roll an investigation check, and it's an investigation check on yourself.
See if I can make it work. So how do I pull up myself without the token on the map? Is there a way to do that?
If you click on the actors tab in the upper right, it's the symbol with multiple people. You should be able to click on Tales of SEGLESIA, the folder, and then player characters, and your player character should show up, and you should be able to double click on it the same as if it was, Yep.
Yeah. All right. And so you're saying investigation?
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Yep.
6. With a 6, you essentially are you're much more, while you're giving yourself kind of sort of a triage, since the condition that you were found in from the very beginning of your experience with the characters that you now consider compatriots of yours, you are much more fixated in making sure that you are back to full original function. While there may be some small parts missing, you are able to spend this time focusing on finding materials in order to properly bring yourself to something that resembles your original construction, what you estimate to be your original construction. However, one thing that you will notice, but it won't be... I digress. One thing that you will notice is as you are investigating yourself and you're actually repairing a part of your forearm, you end up pressing upon a certain space on your wrist that you had just figured was a cosmetic part of your chassis. But when you press on it, it presses down like a button. And from the top of your wrist, something pops open. And you notice, as you look in, a circle with a number of smaller circles in a very specific pattern. And you realize that this is interesting. This is an interface. It's a plug. Something would plug into this, you imagine. Something of a very specific design and make. And it makes you wonder, what could that be? It's not something that you can readily recognize as a specific known technology or known protocol of what you can gather from your data bank. But it's peculiar, at least, and it seems that perhaps if you were to find something that interfaced with this plug, or find somebody that knows more about it, then that would get you one step closer to understanding much more about your origins in your maker. And so, once you come to this conclusion, of course, you press the button again, and the plug, the interface, that the part of your wrist that flipped out, clicks back in, and you continue focusing on repairs to your chassis.
All right. Just to let you know, going forward, if I ever see more Warforges, I'm going to ask them if I can see their hole.
All right. Well, thank you very much for clarifying that for me. So I won't be able to take that out of context, because you've already warned me.
Can I see your plug hole?
Can I try plugging your hole?
Yeah.
Anyways. All right. So this is what you discover in that time. The only D20 roll I see is from Zug. I'm just gonna go with Zug next, and then I'll go with Phoenix, and then I'll go with Horgoth, and then I'll go with Rashid. Zug, you have the next week. You're doing little jobs for Roxy. These are not as boisterous and not as violent of jobs. Some of this stuff seems to be just, some of it is delivery of this thing. Some of it is just doing bits of investigation of something for somebody, and then finding out that, oh, I left that in the, it's like, I guess I left that in my shed, things that don't seem very important, but because there's so many citizens in the city during this trying time that need help, you're basically, you as a group are filling gaps for citizens around the neighborhood. But this is not your kind of work. You're a little disgruntled by this week. So what do you imagine you are doing over the course of this week?
Zug is going to say fuck work, and he's going around. Pretty much his daily routine is, as usual, he wakes up, he works out, and then he goes to find places to meditate. Like places where certain elements are stronger than others.
Mm-hmm.
He just changes it up through the week. And the only thing he does different this time, however, he's looking for a certain god's sanctuary.
You're looking
Here's
for
the-
a sanctuary to Mogus?
No, to Iroas.
To Iroas?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Well,
I
in
know
which
where
case,
this is going.
if you could, please, sort of a there isn't a streetwise roll. So I'm going to have you do a knowledge religion check. Yeah, why not? I'll try one thing really quick.
Straight up religion?
Oh, I wonder why that's not interacting. Yeah, do a religion check.
7.
All right. Well, how much do you imagine you know about Iroas? The religion check was mainly for finding a place where you could find a like it's a place of worship for Iroas, or a temple for Iroas. But 7's not necessarily going to be very successful. It does not occur to you where precisely you would go. So I'm going to actually... I'm going to let you roll a second religion check just for general knowledge on Iroas. Okay, well, 14 is better. So, you, of course, are taught in the tribe that you grew up that Iroas is the god enemy of your tribe, because your tribe is one of worshipping of Mogus. Iroas is the so-called god of honor and victory. But you consider this as a sort of too polished version for what you think Iroas really is. And you think Iroas is really just a goody two-shoes. That he is a version, and he's almost as if you could imagine a weaker and less respectful version of Mogus, at least to your worldview. And so you think to yourself, what place around the city has to do with honor and victory? Well, the only place that you are aware of such a thing is a place of battle. And so, as you search around the city, you decide to seek a place that is known for combat, a place that is known for honorable fighting. And it is enough to bring you all the way to the Royal Arena. As you enter this Royal Arena, you find yourself standing below towering walls and a massive front entrance portcullis. And as you step inside and approach, you realize that there is an interior wall and exterior wall, and between these walls is a series of huts and houses that would be used for combatants who are getting ready for the next fight, or vendors looking to sell, peddlers looking to sell wares, or anybody trying to provide a service or provide food to those who are looking to witness such fights. In particular, you find a couple different places where there may be a shrine to this god or that god. Because you rolled a 14 on Iroas, you know what the symbol of Iroas looks like. To your pleasure, you do see a shrine, a small shrine dedicated to Mogus, at the almost completely opposite end of the arena grounds. You do actually find a shrine to Iroas. You are surrounded by a bunch of you are in a spot where there are maybe a few people cleaning the grounds to make sure that everything is ready for what, you might ask? Well, you do see a large flyer that mentions that announces a massive event that is about to come up in soon time. You see the words Vagabond Arena and Royal Arena presents the SEGLESIA-wide free tournament. And you are filled with pride in knowing that the tournament that you are going to fight in is back on and is going to arrive very soon. However, your focus comes upon this Shrine of Iroas. And I guess my question to you is, now that you have found a Shrine of Iroas, what is it that you hope to accomplish?
Matt, I'm going to approach it. Am I able to?
Yep.
I am going to defecate in the little sanctuary for Iroas.
All right. So my question for you is, are you doing this so that whoever is there can just witness you do it, or are you going to do it stealthily?
I'll do it stealthily. I'll try at least.
All right. Okay, so roll a stealth check for defecating
world to know
on the Iroas. On the Iroas shrine. All right, 15's good. You are able to find a particular moment where the staff that are just, cleaning things up, they are, they've walked in the distance or are looking away, so that you can find an opportunity to walk up, step up the dais, find a marble half-circular altar there, with all sorts of weapons laid out on this altar, and on a stand is a massive helmet with horns that is characteristic of the power. I'm sorry, the goody two shoes nature of Iroas in your mind. He needs a helmet. Those horns aren't real. And you manage to defecate. I want you to roll me a D100 as you defecate on this shrine.
Oh God.
$7D75. Okay. As you do so, you find yourself, of course, doing your squat and doing your defecation. You feel the wind pick up a little bit. And you sort of... It's strange because you feel yourself growing a little shorter for some reason. Like you're losing height, or you think you are. But please roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god.
All right. Okay.
Nice. That's just amazing.
All right. Polymorph. This spell transforms a creature that you can see within range into a new form. However, this is not merely going to be for an hour, unfortunately. We're going to roll a d6 to see how long this is going to be for. In days. You, as soon as you step down from the dais, you look to your left, you look to your right, you feel like you've done well for your honor, for the honor of Mogus, and for your tribe. And you decide to let out a yell of success. And you say, "Bah."
Oh my god.
As you are now a sheep. And you are going to remain a sheep for 5 days. And as a matter of fact, as one of the staff comes over, they're going to literally find a sheep. And they're going to take a broom and they're going to start, chasing you throughout the complex and whapping you and trying to move you out of the tournament grounds, out of the arena grounds. Was it worth it?
Yes.
All right. And so we are going to. So whenever y'all connect back, we'll see how that goes. Listen. Next person up is going to be Orgoth. Hey, roll your, that is to say, oh no, you're next. You're just next in line. What do you plan on doing for this period of time? You are focusing on doing training, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Training and reading the book.
Training and reading the book. It's only going to take 36 hours for you to read that book. So, that in a week, obviously you're gonna learn those recipes. You do realize that in order to do those recipes, you need certain supplies from Thames. I do need to set up the shop so that you can access it outside of this thing. However, you can focus on doing a little bit of that brewing, but that brewing does take some maybe a little bit of a little bit of focus, but isn't going to take away from your training of the child. So, in which case, in order to teach, one must know many things. So I want you to roll a knowledge arcana in order to assist in your teaching of this child.
All right. Count on this, right? Yep.
That's 21. So paint us a picture. You are extremely successful at teaching this child. Paint us a picture. What kind of things how are you teaching this child in this montage of time? What sort of things are you doing in order for this child to learn more about the art of blood dancing, blood singing?
Well, he'll mostly teach him the magic, the spells he needs to use his blood for, or the blood of enemies. And he'll also be like, boy, blood magic is a pathway to many abilities, some considered to be unnatural. So you will have to be careful when you use that. Only use it when you know you have to kill someone. And certain spells will require you to either cut yourself to use it, or to use it with the blood of the enemy.
All right.
Like this one, and he'll show his, his typical spell, Cloud of Daggers.
Understood. You are demonstrating with a spell. What level is that spell, by the way? Cloud Daggers is level 1.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a lot of levels as well. It can be like up to third level as well.
Okay,
But you'll probably just show him first level.
First level. Okay, gotcha. Since he is an apprentice magician.
Oh wait, no, it shows at second level. I mean.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, second level.
So this is going to be a little bit tougher. However, you are able to get. You're very easily able to teach him techniques on how to perform this spell. In terms of whether or not he learns this spell, I'm gonna roll on his intelligence with advantage because you are such a good teacher with 21. So let's see if he manages to learn this spell, except does not want to roll because Foundry is doing its thing again. All right. So here's my goal for next time. I'm going to make sure that I troubleshoot and reconnect, or that is to say, restart my computer before we stream next time, so we don't run into this again. So bringing it back in, refresh. And actually, what I'm gonna do, Phoenix, I'm gonna let you choose the name of this child, because obviously I don't remember the name of this child. So we're just gonna start scratch on that. Oh dear, what is all this?
Ooh, that's
Finding a good name is gonna be tough.
Yeah, that's weird.
It does that when it doesn't have access to the image anymore. That's scary.
Which is weird because on my other Foundry side. Hold on a second. Let me preload. I'm gonna do activate, and then I'm gonna see if it'll let me do a preload on the SEGLESIA map. Oh, remember this scene?
I do.
All right. So map of SEGLESIA. Preload scene, please. Activate scene, please. Okay, now. Okay, so.
Scratch Foundry.
Let me reload.
Yeah, I know. I apologize that this is a thing that's happening, and I'll need to do some cleanup. All right. The child is going to roll with advantage. Ooh, yeah. Okay. 18. Over the course of this week, you have taught this child the ways of Cloud of Daggers. This is a level 2 spell. And although he is not quite leveled up to such an extent where he's able to really dependably use level 2 spells, you do see that he is getting the hang of it, and you are seeing daggers, not nearly as many daggers being summoned in the process. And it's short and it seems to blink out a few times, but you definitely are getting the sense that he is getting the hang of it. He's learning very quickly.
Wonderful. You should also know that there's also some spells where it requires you to at least stab your palm, have the knife go deeply, and then you can use your blood to charm someone, do your bidding. But I do not know the arts of that yet.
Well, when you figure it out, can you teach me?
Will. Don't worry, I will.
All right. In total, this is a successful week for you, Orgoth, as this pupil of yours is enthusiastic, dedicated, and they are a fast learner. You see this arrangement looking to benefit you and him well into the future. And that is going to make for the greater part of your week. And we're going to switch to Rashid, last on the list. How do you imagine your week is spent?
So, after Rashid, basically, he's been doing a bunch of just odd jobs, pretty much for Roxy, left and right. He'll kind of, like, throughout the week, just kind of keep thinking over to himself, like, and I know this is what is necessary, what I need to do. But again, I can't but think that I'm kind of just wasting my time with this. I know what I need to do, but this has nothing to do with it. He'll just kind of be just saying this to, like, in his mind or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just over and over again, having this sort of same sort of thinking for a brief moment, getting slowly more and more frustrated with feeling as if he's not really getting much progress to his goal. Regardless, he'll do every mission, and then eventually, as he's sort of completing, I guess the final one or so, he begin to just sort of think off to himself for a brief moment.
Okay.
Before eventually, he'll probably grab relatively everyone at this point. Like anybody is around. Obviously, when Veer and King aren't there, but you know, everybody who's in the area at the moment. Hey, real quick, I just need to get something off my chest. Real quick, guys, could we have a little conversation?
Are you having this at Roxy's, or are you having this?
Yeah, at Roxy's.
Okay.
Pretty much. I mean, I assume that's where everybody's met up, like, occasionally, you know, maybe just one night or whatever, where everybody just happens to be there, you know?
So I guess my question is this before the 2 weeks? Or is this before the week ends, or is this right at the end of the week?
I'd assume it'd probably be as the week ends, to be honest.
Okay, so
if
like
not, it needs to fit
the
slower,
night
like, yeah, go ahead.
before we go back in. Got it. Something like that.
Yeah, probably. That'd make the most sense. Yeah, because meanwhile, like, I mean, I guess over the course of the week, or he's just doing the jobs or whatever. Again, same thing as I mentioned before. He's trying to find progress, but probably failing every corner or every sort of avenue. But yeah, can I talk to everybody real quick? Orgoth, Roby, Zug, if you're
So I'm
busy.
not a sheep anymore, am I?
No, you're still a sheep.
Bah,
Why the fuck is why the fuck is Zug a sheep?
bah.
What?
Is it really him? Maybe we could eat him. It's not him.
You could clearly tell it's him. The thing is that the polymorph spell in this case is a little weird. This sheep definitely has an underbite with you know, tusks of lower canines kind of popping out in the same way that an orc's might.
Okay, yeah.
This sheep, this is a swole sheep. So,
my
You can
God.
definitely tell it's Zug.
Matt, am I green?
You're a little. Yeah, why not? You know, we play Minecraft and we can color sheep wool. You basically have sort of a lime color sheep wool.
Nice.
Can you have like streaks of red from blood?
The Norgoth will just go, "What the hell did you do for that?"
Matt.
Okay, alright, Zug, I need you to give like 2 bats if you can understand what I am saying to you.
Can I understand him, Matt?
You can understand them just fine.
Okay, so he goes, Matt.
Okay, thank God, I guess he can understand. Oh God, how is he gonna? We actually lost Zug. He's going to stay
Wait.
like this.
Oh, I have a good plan. You love money, right?
I like the glory that comes with money, but yes, continue.
He's an animal form. So what if we give him a ring to fight other animals?
Zug is going to charge at Orgoth and try to ram him.
Oh no! You're telling me that you want to use a ring or an arena to enter Zug, the sheep, into the
Yes,
fighting
and we-
pits of death?
Yes, and we collect the bets that they make.
Is there any fighting arenas in this city for animals? What? I don't have time for this. I am getting distracted. Actually, but because Rashid is naturally curious, is there actually any animal fighting arenas in the city? Because I gotta know the lore, Matt.
Oh,
I
no.
gotta know.
Animal fighting arenas. You mean like dog fighting and sheep fighting and like this is still a civilized city. Those things are illegal, brah.
You think I
you can
associate
take
myself with
two big
authorities.
burly individuals and send them at each other with halberds here, but hey, leave the doggos alone. That's illegal.
God.
Unless they're monstrosities and it happens to be of the vagabond arena.
Dear Lord. Alright, well, here, this is ridiculous. I can't believe I'm about to explain this while you're a sheep. Zog, if you actually can... I don't want to tell him to basically shut up or be quiet or anything like that, but Zog, if you could actually listen for a second.
Matt.
Yes. Right. I'm never going to get used to that, but... So... I don't know. How long have we been doing this sort of thing? This whole Roxy and Cole righteous sacrifice? It's been, 3, 4 weeks, maybe a month? Yeah, am I actually right with that? Has it been like a month or so, Matt? Or am I crazy off?
I would say, here's the thing: the progression of time in D&D games versus what we want to equate as the passing of time on the timeline of Tahiri, for instance. It's all out of sync because I would have presumed that we are in the equivalent almost February of Tahiri while we started this campaign months ago. So let's say a total of a month has passed. We could say that this 1 week was actually 2 weeks and suggest that that this is how you spent your 2 weeks. It's a number.
All right, I mean, yeah, it's just a proof of point. I don't know. I get that. We got to make a name for ourselves. We have to be the righteous sacrifice. We got to do the jobs and I don't know, play a bunch of band of heroes and whatever. But I mean, I just can't tell a shit. Like, even when I'm just sort of out there doing just stupid jobs like rescuing a cat from a tree or something like that. Like, think about it. We have Orgoth, for example, and yeah, you've explained this, and I guess I'll keep this secret. But I mean, we're in our base, so it doesn't really matter. But you have like what, fucking assassins after you or something? We still got to deal with that. King still has their sort of whole thing. Hell, I'm sure Zug wants to earn more favor with Mogis or something like that, but I don't know how much Mogis will sort of appreciate a sheep at the moment. And hell, I don't know. I think we got to do something a little bit more meaningful. We want to do this whole sort of hero thing, then sure, whatever, but I think there's a couple of things that we need to sort of solve first before we can worry about other people. We need to worry about ourselves.
You have. And then Orgoth will look at Zug and go, "You have a point too."
Bah.
I hope that was him agreeing with us. He could be calling us any sort of names right now and we'd have no idea. Are you a sheep whisperer? Whatever. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is I can't help but have this feeling that I'm really getting nowhere with what I need to get done, and especially I think that maybe those who are more divine oriented, they could probably relate at least to an extent. They want to prove themselves to their god, but I don't know about yours, but my god isn't the most patient. You remember about 2 weeks ago when I mentioned about dreams and stuff like that?
Yes, I remember.
Whether it was a nice one or a bad one, I can't really tell you. But all I know is this deity. I pledged myself to them. I swore myself to do as they said in hopes of, well, gaining glory and all that stuff. But if I feel like if I don't sort of uphold that agreement, terrible consequences will occur. Thing is, I'm going to need some help with a couple of things. But
Bah.
was that the yes? Okay, hold on. All right, we'll look over to Zug. All right, 1 bah for yes, I agree. Or like something positive. 2 bahs for no. So stop right there. Okay?
Bah.
Okay. We're good.
And 3 bars if you want cheese.
Wait,
I guess that's a no.
Okay. All right. Point is, real quick, if you don't mind, can I tell you a little bit background or story for a second?
Go for it.
Appreciate it.
Zug sit down like he's about to hear a story. As a sheep.
Roby, actually, you may want to listen to this as well. This is important, even for you. Alright, let's rewind a little bit. Back when, young Rashid, stupid Rashid, still young, still stupid, but you get the point. I came from this noble house, Al-Safar, whatever. People that's an Akilai clan renowned for being fantastical mages, grand archmages, even expert alchemists, more so what they're known for nowadays. Young Rashid, he decided to fall into the likes of, following the family tradition. Turns out, hey, Rashid sucks at it. Not the greatest. No matter how they tried, alchemy, it just doesn't come to me. Don't worry about it, but eventually, well, when you sort of can't really be good at one thing, you naturally try one other thing. Turns out, I'm good at reading people, good at inciting and seeing how people tick. Now, I'm be the first one to admit I might have used that for not really the best of things. You know, pull out the likes of his sort of sham tarot cards and stuff like that.
Including
You'll
the
see-
fool that's been
Okay.
cut in half.
I mean, yeah, just pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
Like, he has a whole set. And you'll see as he like begins to sort of flip through all of them, you'll see as a bunch of them or a lot of them are actually marked with sort of little side notes and all this other stuff. Basically allowing him to be able to pull stuff out or specific cards or whatever whenever he needs to, or be able to refer to him to just sort of bullshit his way out of an explanation and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
As he's sort of showing the likes of the others, he'll eventually say, so, decided to use, well, all the talents that I could. Scamming, conning people, anything that I could to at least, I don't know, be good for something. Whether it be being the best con man, I mean, at least it would be something of a title where I could get riches and shorts in my family, but it didn't really work out for me. One day, young stupid Rashid decides to con the likes of a sort of woman, an old woman at that, grandma even. Decided to use a couple of sort of potions, he's using air quotes. And I marked the ones to sell them to her for the likes of medicine. Problem was, I was so in my ways of just sort of conning anybody for a good coin, didn't really matter what they were doing, what they needed it for, I did not care. Till I realized who I had actually gave it to, and turns out one of the poisons that or one of the medicines that I thought was a medicine turned out to be poison that I had stolen, but turns out I tried to rush over to her, sort of house to sort of warn her to stop her before it was too late. Followed her to her house. Rushed in, but by the time I even got there, I just saw a massacre. Children, wives, or husbands, everyone in the entire household who was originally sick had died because of the poison that I gave them. That shit. Seeing death like that, a massacre or horror sort of scene, definitely can leave you in a dark place, even desperate. I knew that, well, I had to give this shit up of conning, at least. Not just conning anybody, but only the ones who deserved it. The bad guys, if you will. Stupid as that sounds. I didn't know what to do, so I went back to House Safar, and, well, I did what I knew best. The thing about this sort of Oculi clan, no point to his eye and all that stuff, we're not we're not your typical sort of people. We gain magics from the likes of different realms, different spheres of the world, which you all would refer to as planets, even. It's a forbidden sort of magic, but one only capable through the likes of Dendar, the world serpent, an individual capable of traveling to the different worlds at ease, disobeying the likes of the natural law. Now, I can say this out of game or whatever to explain this part. Any spellcaster would probably know, like, the forbidden sin of all sorts of magic is to never travel or never try to attempt to travel to a different planet directly, and maybe even really different planes. Planes are like, they're allowable, but it's just be very, very careful. Again, this is just general knowledge and lore, and the reason why is because if you try to open up a different, portal to a different planet, you will open up a rift likes of Dendar in hope that maybe he could give me the power or something stupid to be able to rewrite my wrongs to sort of, how do you say, repent for what I had done. Repent for my sin of greed. But you said that you do, like, it helped me, but I needed to find some fucking weapons or something. His weapons, divine weapons of the sorts. Weapons capable of power in anybody's wildest dreams and imagination. If I was to get that to him, reunite all these fucking things or whatever, people, then maybe he'd consider giving me a chance. Look, doing these bit of odd jobs, I mean, yes, sure, they help. They make me feel good for like 2 seconds, but that's not going to bring those people back. Robbie, I've seen you be capable of doing crazy sort of magics, healing people from the brink of death. I haven't seen anything like it before. But I do have a question that's been on my mind. Have you ever been capable of restoring a life that was once dead? And we'll wait for his response.
First I'm looking at my... So, you watch as Roby is definitely intently looking, not only at you, but he's kind of looking at the expressions of Orgoth and Sheepzug, as you're unfolding this story, this information. I wish that I could give you an exact answer in this moment. However, my memory is but fragments. I remember being able to heal. I remember at times being able to assist with allowing people to die without pain. It is logical to think that I could also bring people back to life, but I do not recall having done so.
But even if you don't know even if you don't remember, do you think that it is possible? Even in the least bit, even if there's a slight chance. I know with the likes of the death curse sort of happening, crazy things have happened. Towers are forming in past the fucking sky. That's, again, clerics, individuals capable of magic like yours are hard to come by.
I do believe,
Good.
to answer your question, the possibility is high that is something I am, have been, or might even possibly later be capable of.
Robbie, I do not know exactly what you would request of me, but I need you to listen. By any means of whatever happens, or if something happens between me and the world serpent or whatever, I am slain or I am killed, the thing is, I'm not capable of those magics, but you are. Those individuals that I killed, they didn't deserve to die. Not in the slightest. is it possible that one day in the future that you could assist me in reviving them and restoring them back to life, to give them the chance to live the life that they deserve?
I can see on your face an emotion. Emotions are not something that I have been able to provide on my own. However, I can comprehend them. It seems as if this is something that you feel strongly towards. You do not have to ask. I will assist.
You'll see so for the most part, whenever you guys have seen Rashid, like ever since you've known, he's always had the sort of, the classic shit-eating grin, pretty cocky, confident attitude. Nothing can phase him, no nothing, right? But probably for the first time since you've known him or seen him, you will actually see as he definitely does have a melancholy face, I believe that's the right word. That and a little bit of sadness, but also a small sort of glimmer of hope. Maybe even seeing one single tear in his eye that he sort of, again, wipes away, because can't be crying in front of the boys, what the hell? Can't show emotions. But, jokes aside, we will see as he begins to sort of nod and say to Roby, Thank you. Thank you so much. This means a lot to me. But none of this is, I don't think, will be capable unless I get these weapons. Now, I don't know where they are. I'll be honest. I know they're somewhere in this fucking city. They could be, hell, in the sewers, fucking the king's home, or even just some random alleyway. But regardless, I don't know what is or standing in between me and those weapons. If you all could help me with this, then damn it, I'll make sure that, and I'll look towards Orgoth. Those assassins, they won't see the light of day. That is what you wish. As long as I am alive, I will help you. And I'll look towards Zug. As long as, well, you believe in sacrificing in Morgus, I'll make sure you and Orgoth here are as divine champions if it must come to that. I'll do my best to make sure that you gain your memories back and understand the truth. But I do need this from all of you. And I'll wait for a response.
I mean, you'll see Orgoth eating some cheese and, splitting it, giving it to Zug. And he'll go like, these weapons, what do they look like?
Question, Matt. I can look at my backstory. Do I know which weapons? Or, does Rashid know? Or does he just know it's 2 weapons? If you're speaking, I can't hear you. I'll check if voice mod is closed or something like that. In the meantime, I'm gonna check my backstory to make sure.
Hello. Yeah, okay, it's working now. Okay.
I can hear you now.
So, you began your journey with an awareness that there were weapons of Dendar. And I imagine in the beginning of your journey, late at night, as you were trying to drift off to sleep, or if you were having trying times trying to get to sleep, what you would do as a sort of a place to bring your mind to help you sleep is thinking much about what these weapons could be. Could be a a sword. It could be a magic scroll. It could be a power that is not even fathomable. And you would spend certain nights before going to bed sort of imagining what it could be. But almost as if over time, over a long period of time, you have had across the various different, dreams you've had through your lifetime on this search, you have had dreams that were extremely vivid, and you could almost feel these weapons in your possession. And you don't necessarily know if these dreams are reflective of reality, but you have this hunch of what those weapons are in particular. And so therefore these weapons, you have this sense of wonder about whether these visions you've seen over time are true, or whether it is something that you must hold your expectations, you must hold your impressions of what it could possibly be, because it could be betraying of what it is you're truly looking for. To this extent, I do not necessarily need to reveal what those weapons are in particular at this precise moment, not at this precise moment in time. Yeah. But I would presume on that note, you have a deep instinct of what it could be based upon what you have seen in dreams.
Good to know. Good to know. And then Orgoth, I believe you had your question. If you could repeat that real quick. What you asked earlier.
Oh yeah, what the weapon looks like.
So Rashid will say, I can't be sure. I've been thinking about this for the longest of time. I just have the strangest sort of thing, or sort of inclination to believe it's something of great power, something... believe maybe, possibly a bow of the sorts. I don't know specifics. I could be completely off. It could be just a sword or something. But possibly a bow, and the second one being a sphere of the sorts. But I can't be sure. I could be wrong.
Powerful weapons, huh? And Orgoth would almost think, try to remember if his clan would do anything about powerful weapons or something. If his clan had any weapon hunters or something. So, should I do a history check or a...
Sure, yes. A history check to that nature would be helpful in this circumstance.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to refresh. Hang on.
Oh yeah, because
let me just roll a d4, make sure I'm
all of the fun
refresh.
I'm having with the foundries.
Wait, hold on. No sound. Wait. Hey Matt, say something real quick.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay. I was just waiting for the Twitch delay. I thought it was still having the audio issues. You're good though. Oh, I mean, if need be, I mean, you can always just roll in the chat, like
you can
Discord chat.
You may need to refresh because I have had a couple problems in the midst of that.
I'll see if D&D Beyond would work just in case. It will show that. That do anything? I guess not.
I'm loading install. I'd be able to tell.
That's a shame. Roll a 21 for once from D&D Beyond.
Why am I just now seeing the Sworzog sheep? I'm not even gonna ask where you found this, Carter.
Oh, 24. Even better than the D&D Beyond roll.
All right. 24. Based upon a 24, you want to know specifically if you would be aware of such weapons or these weapons in particular.
Yeah, if they were ever mentioned while he was in his cult.
So in your cult, in the faction known as the Bloodsingers, since this is a very secluded faction, but one of multiple arcane and divine influences, you do remember at certain points, breaks, certain times between training where you and other Bloodsingers, wreathed in black garb, would sit around a fire in the middle of a circular hut. And the seer of Mogus would tell parables to you, tell tales, stories. And these stories were designed to inform you, to teach you through the art of metaphor, teach you through the art of oral tradition. In many of these stories, it occurs to you that divine beings and powerful beings are constantly contesting each other for prominence and power in one way or another. And it happens on many different theaters. One in particular is the theater of the material realm, where they oftentimes have their followers contest for influence. In order to do so, almost every single divine, devilish, demigod, or powerful being that transcends the nature of mortals has leveraged the power of symbols, of artifacts, of great weapons. And history is littered with tales and stories about those seeking these powerful weapons, those wielding them in great battles, the rise and fall of powerful mortals who had served under the symbols of their god, and how many of these weapons get lost in the sands of time, actually get lost, even excluded from history books sometimes. Sometimes purposefully, as to conceal their whereabouts, as to prevent other people from trying to seek them. Of this in particular, you have made yourself aware of tales of the world serpent, and you've made yourself aware of certain tales of individuals who follow the world serpent, and mentions of powerful objects that were bestowed with power. To that extent, out of character, are you seeking very specific examples to share with Rashid? Because I could just make up a whole bunch of artifacts off the top of my head, but I don't know if that would do justice to the conversation necessarily. But the short version is, with a 24, you can definitely speak to Rashid about the lore and the prominence of such devastating relics and artifacts.
Well, he'll be telling that story to them for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. And that makes me, well, want to get them even more for that powerful. Not for the sake of, well, for the power alone. More so to prevent them from falling into other people's hands. Look at all the damage that I was able to cause, and I didn't necessarily intend for it. Imagine someone who does intend to cause harm with them, wielding the likes of the weapons. Hell, we may even have another tower that forms because of it. See as Rashid jumps oh shit! They're so quiet for a second. Oh fuck.
Oh, you want more cheese, Doug? Just bow once if you want more cheese. Here you go, boy.
Oh man, we're going to have to explain this to Winvier. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
He's going to flip, and I can't wait for his reaction.
So, you have this late night conversation with each other, basically before going to bed, and anything anybody is doing before drifting off to sleep and entering into the next day, of which course I do also want to ask out of character. We are at 10 p.m. Eastern. So timetable to wrap up the session is soon approaching.
Nah, I'm good for everything. Anything I can do with the rest of the party next week.
Yep, same.
All right. I would like to do one final thing to set us off on our next course proper. Rashid.
Mm-hmm.
That night, as you drift off to sleep, having expressed your very specific experiences with the party, divulging to them more than you've probably divulged to anybody near you in so long. The thought of your journey is fresh upon your mind, and it takes you a long time for you to drift to sleep, as your mind is abuzz with questions about the world serpent and questions about whether you are truly on the path you need to be, whether perhaps you are being led down an incorrect path. Also wondering, when will the next time the world serpent will call upon you? Almost as if you had never fallen asleep You find yourself in a place that is strange. It's almost as if you blinked and found yourself in a completely different part of reality.
Oh, I'm scared.
As you stare around and try to observe your surroundings, you see a sky that is filled with stars. One completely and utterly filled. As if you were floating out in space itself. However, you find yourself standing upon a platform, hovering over an abyss of more stars. A strange place with no connection to anything corporeal to your mind. You feel sort of a fire within your blood, just being in this space, an anticipation. And you're wondering for a moment, if perhaps you are actively imagining this yourself. That this is not real at all. This is just another trick of your visualization. Just gone a little too far this time. But you notice that there is another person. There's somebody here, aside from just you. And while you've had plenty of lucid dreams where you've imagined individuals from this reality or that reality, you can always get a sense. You can always get a sense that it's just a projection of yourself. But this seems foreign to you. This seems incredibly other. And as this form is slowly fading into view, you hear the following voice. Follower of the world serpent.
Who's there? Hello? Going on? Where's Shet? Gotcha. Is Shet anywhere to be found? A little snake buddy or nah?
Shet is... Sorry. Shet is nowhere to be found.
Ah, crap.
It is just you. You are completely on your own in this precise moment.
I'll sort of look around and kind of try to figure out where the voices coming from. But looking at these sort of statues of kind of like that are armored up with these strange sort of weapons and stuff upon them, and then looking towards the center of this room, what is this thing over here?
It is an altar. It is an altar covered in blood, but has upon its top the symbol of the world serpent. As you approach it, roll an investigation.
Oh God. Come on, Matt. I'm terrible at this, but I'll try my best. Investigation. Let's see. 14. That's pretty good.
All right. So, for what you were able to gather, pretty decent information from this. As you are monitoring this altar seems to be the kind of altar one would use within a shrine to a god or powerful being. However, the presence of blood, it seems to resemble a very particular ritual. Not just the fact that there is blood on it, but that you are noticing there are a number of bones placed throughout the altar. There are fangs. There are bones of a snake's spine. There is the head of a snake. Roll an Arcana check.
You got it. I don't. Ugh. The League of Rashid strikes again. That's a nat 1.
It was a nat 1.
I'd probably assume that Rashid is just kind of overwhelmed with all of this, just the influx of just possible thoughts and what could be and what couldn't be. He can't really seem to focus at this moment in time.
In the haze that is, you can literally see the lights, the candles lit all around this dais. The glow of it seems to trail, and you see just blurs of light as you're trying to focus in. But somewhere in between periods of focus, in the blur, you literally see a body manifest in front of you. Almost as if they had always been standing there, or they had just emerged from the darkness.
Holy hell.
I have called upon you, for you seek that of which my enemies seek. And the world serpent has called upon me. To guide you in the direction of your destiny.
So many questions. Who are your enemies? Where is said destination? Where are the weapons?
Patience, Rashid. That is your name. The world serpent has shared much to me about you. But time is limited. The severed hand is moving, and they will find the weapons of Dendar if we do not act quickly. Tomorrow evening, meet me at the Grinning Scoundrel in the Baker's Row.
Earth Hand, Baker's Row. What the hell? We'll sort of shake it off and then look towards this individual.
As you do so,
I'll be there. I'll be there.
As you do so, within the same blur of light and spheres of glowing light, they literally vanish in front of you. And you look down and you realize that you almost seem incorporeal. For the situation, I want you to roll an insight.
You got it. My insight's messed up because the little level 10 sorcerer. But I know the correct number.
Okay.
All right, so it's 13. That should be a 12 because my proficiency bonus should be +3.
A 12 will be enough to give you the sense that while you were not able to understand anything about this ritual, it seems to you that that this space was created very specifically for this person to speak with you in private. And you are not actually here. As a matter of fact, they are not actually here either. This is basically a holographic space in the pocket between planes. And you are left with questions. Who is this person? What do you hope to discover at the Grinning Scoundrel? The severed hand comes to your forward attention because you have seen the words severed hand before on a message that you were provided not too long ago.
Oh my god.
And from your insight, it is enough for you to determine that this individual that spoke with you is Yuan Ti. That they are a Yuan Ti pureblood.
Yeah.
This
She good.
is the clearest indication of your next step on your journey to determine the whereabouts of the weapons of Dendar. Was there anything that you wanted to say before we wrap up the session for the evening?
That being said, I don't think actually Rashid would. To be fair, most of the time he's always got something to say. He's always got a joke to crack, but there is no thing to joke about this matter. It is business. You'll see as, well, obviously, like out of game, Rashid will have an actually serious look upon his face as this is the chance for him to redeem himself. This is the first step of many. And he will not let it pass him by like he's let other sort of opportunities get squandered by himself. He's ready to find these weapons.
And ready you are, as we will begin the finally unlocked character quest for Rashid. Congratulations, Rashid. Snake Eyes are watching, and next session we will begin the character quest for Rashid Al-Safar. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in on tonight's session. Thank you very much for participating in the game, everybody. Once again, this was Sensei Suplex playing as Rashid.
The League of Rashid.
The League of Rashid. Lord Strong Carter playing as Roby. Bye.
Oh shoot! I
bada
realized
boom.
I was muted. My bad. I was here though.
Ambrose playing as Zug.
What up?
You're supposed to say bah.
Oh yeah.
And Phoenix V playing as Orgoth.
Sacrifice.
Absolutely. I hope you all enjoyed this session tonight. And once again, for everybody who is watching, we are about to embark upon a new arc, specifically to address the World Serpent Dendar and the weapons that Rashid seeks. And if you want to participate in more of the discussion about this, this is a campaign that's part of Project Aurora, and Project Aurora is a living world campaign setting with many campaigns, many DMs, many more players, but one collective universe that they all revolve around. Please click on that chat link to the Discord, say hello, consider hanging out, talking about how you liked the session tonight. Consider perhaps if you want to join a Dungeons & Dragons game, you can apply in the player application section of the Discord. Also, if you enjoyed this stream, please consider hitting that follow button, subscribing, all of that. Also, there is a Patreon below. That Patreon does have certain pluses and benefits for those that subscribe to it, including a couple different ways for you to affect, add to the game of any of the campaigns that I run, and some world building content and VTT maps. So feel free to check that out. But we're going to wrap up, and we are going to decompress for the evening. There's a lot that's gone on in this session. But we will return next week for episode 15. Snake Eyes Are Watching, Part 1. It has been a pleasure and a privilege, and I, Yadigan Writer, will see y'all in the next episode. Take care, and everybody say goodbye.
Bye.
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 Yeah.